jobs. Now, I can check, start broadcast here in a minute, you think? Am I live? Testing? Testing. Are we live now? Hello, everyone. Tyler Junior College ladies softball is on the air. This is Dr. Charles Johnson from Schwab Field on the campus of Brook Hill School in Bullard, Texas, just south of Tyler, with a streaming this afternoon of the doubleheader between the Tyler Junior College Apaches and the Blinn College Buccaneers. We've got a beautiful afternoon. Temperatures probably around the low 60s. Not a cloud in the sky. A little southeasterly breeze. We're a few minutes away from game time. We'll probably have the national. Let me give you the lineups, starting lineups for our team. You can probably hear the public address announcer giving the fans.
Tyler Junior College Apaches. Batting first in left field, number 7, Tati Arzola. Batting second at third base, number 2, Brecklin Dennis. Batting third in right field, number 14, Maddie Hale. Batting fourth in the designated position, number 18, Allie Kim. Batting fifth in center field, number 10, Jalen Perez. Batting sixth at first base, number 8, Jody Dehart. Batting seventh at second base, number 5, Riley Burke. Batting 8th at catcher, number 21, Blakely Niles. Batting 9th at shortstop, number 24, Kendall Hernandez. And in the circle for the Apaches, number 20, Riley Denton. The Apaches are coached by assistant coach Darian Resendez and Haley Holland and head coach Eric Henderson. We now ask that you stand and remove your caps as we honor America with the playing of our national anthem.
Dr. Johnson with you again here from Schwab Field. We're getting ready to start game one of a doubleheader this afternoon between the Apaches and the visiting Blinn Buccaneers from Brenham, Texas. The Buccaneers are coached by Coach Rick Church in his 22nd season with the Buccaneers. They played a doubleheader, I believe it was yesterday, perhaps, over at Navarro. They split a doubleheader, and they come in with an overall record of 4 wins and 6 losses. The Tyler Apaches come into this ball game with a record of 5 wins and 7 losses. A little slow start for both ball clubs, and both ball clubs are looking to turn around and head down a more positive path. So it'll be an interesting afternoon. In the circle for the Apaches, a freshman from Rotan, Texas, Riley Denton. Defensively for the Apaches, Tati Arzola will be in left field. I want to be sure about this. Yeah, Jalen Perez will be out in center field, and Matty Hale will be in right field. Around the infield, Brecklin Dennis will be at third, Kendall Hernandez at short, Riley Denton at second, Jody Dehart at first, and behind the plate, Blakely Niles. We're about ready for action here. Glad to have you with you. If I've got some Blinn family and friends with us this afternoon, I want to welcome you to the streaming of the games. Glad to have you. Glad to have Apache family and friends and supporters with us this afternoon. All right, standing in. We're getting ready to go, and standing in for the Buccaneers will be the second baseman, number 9, Marley Mahoney. Denton looks in for a sign, and we're ready to start the action. First pitch is up a little high. A ball and no strikes. We're just getting started here at Schwab Field. Mahoney slaps one through the middle, a base hit. Mahoney starts the game with a single right up the middle.
Batting with runner at first, number 1, Italy Spazzelli.
Atali Spazzali, the left fielder, is the second hitter for the Buccaneers. Mahoney leads the game off with a hard hit single up the middle. We've just started. Pitch a little bit outside for a ball. Spazzoli is a sophomore from Tomball, Texas. Denton looks in to Niles to get her sign. She delivers. Swing and a miss. Evens the count up at 1-1. We're in the first, just started. Blinn got their leadoff hitter on with a solid single up the middle. Spazzali is the hitter. There's a strike. Half swing, but she went far enough around that the umpire called it a strike. So we've got a ball and 2 strikes on the number 2 hitter, Atali Spazzali. There's a pitch just a bit outside. Close pitch, and the count evens at 2-2. There's a little tap down the third baseline. Foul. Brecklin Dennis retrieves it back to Denton. The Buccaneers starting with some left-handed hitters. It looks like maybe the first 3 hitters in the lineup are going to be left-handed swingers. So it's 2-2. Nobody out. A runner on first. A little tap. Foul back, and the count continues at 2-2. Just a beautiful day, as I said earlier, for a ball game. Denton looks in to Niles for her sign. She's got it. The pitch floats a little bit outside. A little bit of an off-speed pitch. Riley Denton has kind of a natural sink to her pitches. They almost, no matter what it is, it seems to go down. She gets a lot of ground balls. There's a ground ball right through under the second baseman Riley Burke's glove. It goes into center field.
Now batting with runners at first and second, no outs. Number 7.
And so the first two hitters for the Buccaneers are on base. And that brings up Michaela Lopez, the center fielder, number 7. Michaela is a sophomore from Cypress, Texas. Little ball outside. So the Buccaneers mounting a little threat here in the very first inning. Put some pressure on the Apaches already. A ball and no strikes. Two ladies on, 2 runners on. Nobody out. There's a pitch right to the shortstop. She goes to Brecklin Dennis at third for the force out. Nice play by Kendall Hernandez. So Lopez reaches on a fielder's choice.
1 out. Number 4, Skylar Shanahan.
Six-5 on that force out. So we've got 1 down now. Runners still on first and second. Pitch outside for a ball. We're in the first. We've just started. Swing and a miss. Nice pitch by Denton. Evens the count at 1-1. 2 runners on. We've got 1 down. Skylar Shanahan is a freshman from Magnolia, Texas, for the Buccaneers. A pitch just a little outside. Or was it a strike? It's 2-2, excuse me. It's 2-2. A nice pitch. There's a little fly ball out to right field. Maddie Hale is coming in and she dives and makes a nice catch. There's a lot of sun in her eyes there. That was a difficult read, I'm sure, out there for Hale, but she does a good job on the play.
Number 13, Keely Castillo.
Srizzoli moves to third. The runner stays at first, so we've got 2 down. Runners at first and third. And here's Keely Castillo, the third baseman. Denton working hard to try to get out of this jam. There's a little tap out in front of the plate, foul ball. So there's no balls, 1 strike. We're in the very first inning. The Buccaneers are threatening. Runners at first and third with 2 down. Foul off to the right, and Denton gets ahead in the count, 0-2. And she might maybe 1 pitch away from getting out of this early jam. First 2 runners got on. She looks in for a sign. There's a hard hit ball down the left field line, curving foul into the corner. Castillo hit it hard, but she's a little out in front. Still 0-2 the count. Keely Castillo, third baseman. Pitch is outside for a ball. Castillo is a freshman from Richmond, Texas. The pitch. There's a little ground ball to second base. Burke has it over to DeHart, and the Apaches escape any damage. No runs, 2 hits, depending on whether that second hitter was counted an error or hit. Not sure on that. Nonetheless, at the end of 1/2 inning, it's the Blinn Buccaneers nothing and the Tyler Junior College Apaches coming to bat. Be back with you in just a moment. We're back at Schwab Field, everyone, as the Tyler Junior College Apaches come to bat in the bottom of the first inning. They will bring up Tati Arzola, Brecklin Dennis, and Maddie Hale.
Number 7, Tati Arzola.
Arzola's up to face the sophomore right-hander, Rena Toomey. Toomey is a sophomore from Orange, Texas. She'll be in the circle this afternoon in the first game here for the Blinn Buccaneers. Here's Tati Arzola, freshman from Rogers, Texas, playing left field. Toomey looks in for her sign, and she fires first pitch on the outside corner for a strike. Arzola comes into this game batting .318. She has a double and an RBI, primarily as the leadoff hitter. There's a pitch down low, and it evens the count at 1-1. We're in the bottom of the very first inning. The Buccaneers mounted a threat in the top of the first, but they weren't able to push anything across. Riley Denton got out of it without any damage. Oh, there's a line drive back to the pitcher off her glove. The shortstop picked it up through to first, but Arzola, who has excellent speed, is on first with a hard hit single. So Arzola starts it, the Apache game, just as the leadoff hitter for Blinn started earlier with a base hit. The Apaches start with a hard base hit. Now here's Brecklin Dennis, the sophomore third baseman. As I say, Brecklin's a sophomore, and her hometown is Cypress, Texas. She's a COVID sophomore. 2 years ago, she was a junior college All-American, and I have no doubt that she probably would have been again last spring had not the COVID stopped. She swings, and on the pitch, Arzola steals second. So it's a strike on Dennis. The count goes to 1-1, and Arzola is now at second. Dennis wearing number 2 on her uniform. She takes a pitch on the outside corner for a strike. The count goes to 1-2. We've just gotten started. Glad you're with us. Brecklin Dennis swings on a ball a little bit low. They throw to first. On the play, on the strikeout, Arzola takes third on that strikeout. And here's the right fielder, Maddie Hale. Maddie leads the team coming into this game in hitting with a .394 average. She's walked 4 times, has 4 RBIs. Left-handed hitter. She's a sophomore from Corpus Christi, Texas. Well, I guess Maddie is a freshman. I said sophomore. Maddie is a freshman. Arzola at third. 2 balls, no strikes on Hale. Takes an off-speed pitch in there for a strike. Apache's mounting a threat just as Blinn did in the first. There's a hard hit ball back to the pitcher. Toomey catches it, throws to first in time for the out, and on the play, Arzola scores. It was a hard hit ball back to the pitcher, who knocked it down, recovered, threw to first for the out, and on the play,
number 18, Allie Kim.
Here's Allie Kim, the designated player. Those are 2 hard hit balls up the middle that Toomey protected herself and knocked down. One of them, Arzola got to first on that hard hit ball by Maddie Hale. She knocked it down and had time to make the play. So there's 2 down here in the bottom of the first, and the Apaches jump ahead 1-0. Pitch on the outside corner, nice pitch for a strike. Count evens up at 1-1. As I said, Toomey is a sophomore from Orange, Texas. Allie Kim swings and fouls it down the third baseline. Foul. Allie Kim comes into the game batting .375 with a homer and 8 RBIs. There's a little pop fly out toward the second baseman, who catches it for the third out.
We head to the top of the second with the Apaches up 1-0.
Kim pops out to the second baseman for the third out. We've got 1 run, 1 hit, no errors, nobody left. And at the end of 1 inning, it's the Tyler Junior College Apaches 1 and the Blinn Buccaneers 0. Back to action in a few minutes. Okay, we're back with you here at Schwab Field for inning number 2 of our first game of the doubleheader between the Apaches and the Buccaneers. And leading off for Blinn will be Shea Sanders, the designated player, left-handed hitter. Riley Denton, freshman Apache, is out back in the circle. There's a pitch on the outside corner, nice pitch for a strike. Denton gets ahead. Shea Sanders is a freshman from Splendora, Texas. There's a ground ball back to Denton. She fires it over to Jody Dehart for the first out.
Now batting for the Buccaneers with 1 out. Number 11, Chloe Woodward.
Here's Chloe Woodward. Chloe is the shortstop for the Buccaneers today. She's a sophomore from Katy, Texas. There's one down here in the top of the second. Apaches have jumped off to an early 1-0 lead. There's a pitch down low. So Woodward gets ahead in the count. Riley Denton hits to right field rather. Maddie Hale was stationed just in the right place. She takes a few steps to her left and takes
number 6, Reagan Majewski.
Takes it in for the second out. Here's Reagan Majewski, the catcher. Reagan is a sophomore from Belleville, Texas. There's a pitch on the outside corner for a strike. We're in the top of the second inning, 2 down. The Apaches have jumped off to an early 1-0 lead. Pitch just a bit outside, and the count evens at 1-1. There's 2 down. Around the Apache infield, Dennis at third, Hernandez at short, Burke at second, and Dehart at first. Blakely Niles behind the plate. Here's Denton's pitch. There's a nice pitch on the inside corner, and Riley Denton gets ahead of Majewski. Fouled over down the first baseline. The count remains 1 ball, 2 strikes. Again, we're in the top of the second inning. There's 2 down. Down low. Count evens at 2-2. Stands are beginning to fill up out here. We've got a lot of Apache athletes supporting our softball team. We noticed some soccer players in attendance, and a whole bunch of baseball players have come in. Swings and a miss. Third strike. And Majewski goes down swinging. So it's 1-2-3. Here in the top of the second inning. Good inning for Riley Denton. No runs, no hits, no errors for Blinn. At the end of an inning and a half, with the Apaches coming to bat for the second time, they lead in the game 1-0. Dr. J back with you here at Schwab Field. Bottom of the second. Apaches will send up Perez, DeHart, and Burke. Jalen Perez, a freshman from College Station, Texas, center fielder for the Apaches, wearing number 10 on her uniform. She steps in to face Rena Toomey. There's a pitch on the outside of call a ball. Perez looked for a moment like she might try to lay it down. The Apaches are leading 1-0. We're in the second. Pitch by Toomey, down low, ball 2. Perez trying to get untracked here early in the season. Struggled a bit at the plate, but I'm sure she's going to turn it around soon. It's 3 balls on her as she leads off here in the bottom of the second inning. There's a pitch down the middle for a strike. Toomey comes back in with a strike, and it's 3-1 on Perez. A little tap down the third baseline, rolls foul. And the count goes full to 3-2 on Jalen Perez. Jalen, a freshman from College Station. It's down low, and Perez draws the base on balls, and she heads to first. So the Apaches get the leadoff hitter on as they did in the first inning. And here's the first baseman from Lindale, Jody DeHart. Perez at first. She's got good speed. We'll see whether Coach Eric Henderson decides to do some early base running. There she goes. Perez broke on the pitch, and Jody DeHart fouled it back. Coach Henderson being aggressive here early on. So no balls and a strike on DeHart. She swings, fouls it off to the left. And Toomey gets ahead of DeHart, 0-2. We've got a runner on first, nobody out. We're in the bottom of the second. Outside, Perez steals second. There was a throw, but it was not nearly in time. And Perez, who I said has great speed, stole second. So the Apaches have now a runner in scoring position. 1-2 on DeHart. The ball is into the dirt, and Perez takes third. So the Apaches now have a runner at third, nobody out. We've got a 2-2 count on Jody DeHart. Swings, and she misses. Looks like Toomey took a little bit off that pitch, a nice pitch, and she's struck DeHart out for the first out here in the set. And here's left-handed swinging Riley Burke, the second sacker for the Apaches, wearing number 4 on her. There's a pitch down the middle for a strike. Wearing number 5 on her uniform. Riley's a sophomore from Riverside, California. Takes a pitch up and in. The count evens 1-1. Jalen Perez is at third. She walked and stole second and stole third. And she's there with one away. The Apaches trying to add to their 1-0 lead. Pitcher calls time for a moment. She's ready to go now. Burke comes in hitting a hefty 391. There's a line drive out into left field for a base hit, and Riley Burke delivers an RBI single. Nice hitting. She went the opposite way.
Now batting with a runner in first and 1 out.
And Riley Burke. Riley Burke drives in the second run for the Apaches, and they take a 2-0 lead. And Blakely Niles, the catcher, steps into the batter's box. Blakely, a sophomore from Conroe, Texas. In the dirt for ball 1. Coach Rick Church has called timeout. He's going to have a little chat with his pitcher. We're in the second inning here, and the Apaches have jumped to a 2-0 lead. There is 1 out, and Riley Burke, who just singled into left field, driving in the Apache second run, is at first base. She's chatting a bit with Coach Darian Resendez, the assistant coach. Want to see, it'll be interesting to see if we still stay aggressive if Coach Henderson decides to stay aggressive on the base paths. Now we're ready to go. Rena Toomey has had her chat with her coach, and Blakely Niles steps back in there with a ball, 1 ball and no strikes on her. Pitch is outside. It's 1-1 on Blakely Niles. Toomey delivers. Swing and a miss. A ball and 2 strikes on Niles. 1 down. We're in the bottom of the second inning. If you're just joining us, glad to have you. There's a hard ground ball just down the first base line that curved foul just before it went over first. So the count remains 1-2 on Niles. Foul back over to the right, out of play. Blakely Niles is hanging tough in there. On deck, Kendall Hernandez, the shortstop. 1 down. Riley Burke at first. There's a hard hit ball, line drive. Toomey. Self-defense, grabs it. Great play. Hard hit ball. It went right in her glove for an out, and she turned and threw to first for the out. Riley Burke had started for second. It's a nice play by Toomey. That ball was hit hard. She's had about 3 or 4 balls hit right up through the middle this afternoon, and she has done a good job of each time. So the Apaches score another run here in the bottom of the second. Perez walked and went to second, went to third on stolen bases, and then Riley Burke, the second baseman, delivered a single out into left field to drive her in for that run. So at the end of 2 innings, the Tyler Apaches lead the Blinn Buccaneers 2-0. Be back momentarily. Back with you at Schwab Field. We go to the 3rd inning with the Apaches leading 2-0. And here's Chandler Talbot, the right fielder, leading off for the Buccaneers to face the right-hander Riley Denton. There's a little tap back for a strike. Talbot is a freshman from Beaumont, Texas. Fakes a bunt, but the ball is over for a strike, and Riley Denton gets ahead 0-2 of Talbot. We just started the 3rd, nobody on, nobody out. Talbot's the first hitter for the Buccaneers. She taps it foul. Count remains 0-2. Great to see the Apache athletes out supporting each other. There's always a pretty good contingent of softball girls out at the baseball park when their schedule allows. There's a nice pitch by Denton on the outside corner that Talbot swings and misses. And that's the first out here in the top of the 3rd. This is Mahoney. All right. This is Mahoney. This is Mahoney. Marley Mahoney, the leadoff hitter's up. Takes a pitch upstairs. There's one down here in the top of the 3rd. Tyler leads it 2-0 with a run in the 1st and a single run in the 2nd to take the lead. There's a pitch by Denton. A little bit on the outside, so it's 1-1. Denton looks in for her sign. She's got it. There's a pitch just a bit outside, so the count goes to 3-0 on the leadoff hitter in the lineup, Marley Mahoney, the second sacker. There's a pitch on the corner for a strike, so it's 3-1 on Mahoney. Marley's a sophomore, Blinn College in Brenham, and hails from Livingston, Texas. Pitch down low, and Mahoney draws a base on balls. And
correction, now batting for the Buccaneers, number 1, Italy Spazzelli.
Here's Spazzelli, the left fielder, who was on in the 1st inning with an error by Burke, the second baseman. She got as far as 3rd, but was stranded. So there's one down here. There's Coach Eric Henderson has called time. He's gone out to have a little chat with Riley Denton and Blakely Niles, the catchers out there. So there's one down and there's a runner on first for Blinn. We're in the third. Here's Pizzali, the left fielder, left-handed hitter. There's a swing and a miss. The throw to second. Blakely Niles fires a bullet to Riley Burke covering second, and Mahoney is thrown out 2-4. A nice throw by Blakely Niles, the catcher, right on target, and Mahoney's caught on the attempted steal at second. So now that's 2 down here in the third. There's a pitch on the outside corner for a strike. It's 0-2 now on Pizzali. Pizzali hails from Tomball, Texas. She's a sophomore at Blinn. It's now 1-2. It's 2 down here in the third. Tyler's leading it 2-0. Swing and a miss for the strikeout. Nice pitch by Riley Denton. So it's no runs for Blinn here in the third. They had a base runner momentarily with a walk, but she was thrown out attempting to steal. So at the end of 2.5 innings, here at Schwab Field on the campus of Brook Hill School here in Bullard, it's the Apaches 2 and the Buccaneers 0. Back with you in a moment.
Now batting for the Apaches, number 24, Kendall Hernandez.
Here's Kendall Hernandez to lead off the third for the Apaches. Kendall is the shortstop. She's a sophomore from Robinson High School down in Waco, Texas. Right-handed hitter. Takes a pitch on the outside corner for a strike. It'll be Hernandez, Arzola, and Dennis scheduled up for the Apaches. She fouls it back and out of play, and Hernandez is down in the count 0-2. Rita Toomey in the circle for the Blinn Buccaneers. She fires. Pitch on the outside corner, called a strike. Nice pitch by Toomey. And Hernandez goes down for the first out here in the bottom of the third.
Number 7, Tati Arzola.
Here's Arzola, the left fielder, who has scored one of the 2 Apache runs. She singled in the first inning and came around to score. We're 1 down here in the third. Swings, and she misses. 0-1 on Arzola. Arzola, as I had mentioned, is a freshman, and she hails from the little town of Rogers near Temple. Swings and misses again, and just 0-2. Nice rise ball went away from Arzola. She was fooled a little on the pitch. Pops it back, stays alive. 0-2 the count on Arzola. If you're just joining us, we're in the third. The Apaches scored a run in the first, added to it with a run in the second, and they lead the ball game here in the bottom of the third, 2-0. One down here in the third. Arzola swings, and the ball's in the dirt, but the catcher picks it up, fires to first for the out, and it's a strikeout for Toomey. That's 2 down.
Number 2, Brecklin Dennis.
And here's Brecklin Dennis, who was a strikeout victim in the first. Brecklin, the Apache third baseman, little left-handed swinger with tremendous pop in her bat. Takes a pitch down low for a ball. Just a gorgeous day here at the ballpark. Temperature, as it says, probably in the mid-60s maybe. There's a long drive out to right field. This one might be out of here. It is a home run. Brecklin Dennis hit a shot out to right field and out of here. So Dennis connects on a long drive over the wall, over the fence in right. And the Apaches now have a 3-0 lead. She hit that ball hard. As I just remarked, she's
Number 14, Maddie Hale.
She's not as diminutive young lady, but she has tremendous bat speed and can hit the ball as she did just then, hit it a mile. Here's Maddie Hale with 2 down. Up high for a ball. Maddie Hale's the right fielder. She grounded back to the pitcher on one of those hard hit balls that have been going through the middle this afternoon that Toomey has knocked down. On that play that Hale hit in the first, on that play to the pitcher, Arzola scored the first run of the ball game. Pitch down low. 2 balls, no strikes, or 3 balls, no strikes now on Maddie Hale. We've got 2 down. A run is in on Brecklin Dennis's long home run, well over the 215-foot sign in right field. And Maddie Hale draws a base on balls, and she's on first with 2 down.
Now batting with a runner at first and 2 outs.
Here's the cleanup hitter for the Apaches. Number 18, Allie Kim, the designated player. Pitch a little low. A ball and no strikes on Allie Kim, sophomore from Colorado. There's a ground ball down the third baseline. It goes foul, and the count evens up at 1-1. There's 2 down here in the third. The Apaches have scored another one. They have single runs in the first, another single run in the second, now a single run here in the third. Counts 2-1 on Kim. Hale at first. Grounded again down the third baseline. Count evens at 2-2. Both the Apaches and the Buccaneers trying to get things moving in a right direction this afternoon prior to their moving into conference play next week. There's a little pop down the right field line. It's going to stay fair. And Allie Kim has a base hit. And on the play, Maddie Hale moves all the way around to third. It was a little line drive, a little pop down the right field line that fell in there for a base hit for Allie Kim. So we have runners on first and third now with 2 out. And here's Jalen Perez, who walked her first time up and scored. We'll see if she's hoping to do some more damage. She swings, and on the play, Allie Kim takes second. It's a strike on Perez, and Allie Kim takes second. Hale now is at third, Kim at second, 2 down, with Perez the hitter. There's a line drive base hit out into left field. This is going to bring in 2 runs. Jalen Perez delivers a line drive base hit out into left, and Maddie Hale scores, as does Allie Kim.
Number 8, Jody Dehart.
So Jalen Perez comes through with 2 outs with a hard line drive single into left field, driving in 2 more runs, and the Apaches have stretched their lead to 5-0. A pitch inside to Dehart, and on the play, Perez steals second.
What is it, 8? They lead by 8 on the bottom of the 5th. Is that right?
Here's the pitch to Dehart, outside. There's a pitch up a bit, and it's 3 balls. 3 balls on Jody Dehart. She was a strikeout victim her first time at the plate. She takes a pitch on the inside corner. The count goes to 3-1. There's 2 down. The Apaches have scored 3 times here in the 3rd inning, and they lead now 5-0. Ground ball foul down the first baseline. This is the home opener for the Apaches. They have played prior to today. Their 12 games have all been on the road, so they were very happy to get to play here in front of the home fans. Swings, and she misses. Dehart goes down swinging. But the Apaches do a lot of damage. Brecklin Dennis started it off with a long home run over the right field fence. And then Jalen Perez had a 2-out line drive base hit to left to drive in 2 runs. So the Apaches have stretched their lead to 5-0 at the end of the 3 innings. We'll be back with you in just a moment for the 4th. Move. Yeah, we're back with you at Schwab Field. We're going into the top of the 4th inning. And the Buccaneers are going to send up Lopez, Shanahan, and Castillo here in the top of the 4th to face the right-hander Riley Denton. Lopez was on a fielder's choice her first time up. There's a pitch on the outside corner, but a little down for a ball. Swing and a miss. Nice movement on that pitch. Drops as Denton's pitches often do. She's a ground ball pitcher. Her pitches generally sink no matter what she throws. Ball 2. It's 2-1 on Lopez, the center fielder. We're just starting the fourth here in the first game of a doubleheader. There's a ground ball out toward Burke at second. Up with it to T-Hart at first for the out.
Now batting for the Buccaneers with 1 out. Number 4,
So 1 down.
Skylar Shanahan.
And here's Skylar Shanahan, the first baseman. Shanahan flew out to Maddie Hale in right her first time up. Swings and she misses. There's 1 down here in the fourth. There's a ground ball. Shortstop Hernandez up with it. A nice play over to DeHart for the out. 6-3. And there's two down. 2 up, 2 down here in the fourth. And Riley Denton continues to throw strikes and get outs. Castillo, the third baseman. There's a line drive past DeHart at first into right field, and Maddie Hale picked it up and almost had a play at first. The ball was hit very hard, but the ball gets through for a base hit. And here's Shea Sanders, the designated player. So there's two outs. There's a runner on first for the Buccaneers. There's a pitch in there for up high, a little bit high. It was a little premature calling that a strike. Wait for the umpire to call it. Little tap down the third baseline. Evens the count 1-1. There's 2 down. That hit by Shanahan, or excuse me, by Castillo was the second hit off Denton. There's a little. Dennis at third makes a nice play, fires to first for the third out. So there's no runs and a hit and 1 left here for the Blinn Buccaneers here in the fourth. They failed to score. And at the end of 3.5 innings, the Apaches from Tyler Junior College lead in this game 5-0. Stay tuned. We'll be back with you in a moment.
Now batting for the Apaches in the bottom of the fourth, number 5, Riley Burke.
Go to the bottom of the fourth. Apaches are going to bring up Burke, Niles, and Hernandez. Riley Burke singled her first time up in the second inning. She takes a strike. Riley, a left-handed swinger, as I said, hails from the Los Angeles, California area. She fouls it back out to the left, out of play, and she's down in the count 0-2. She's 1 for 1 with an RBI in this game. Toomey looks in. There's a little bouncer headed to deep short. The shortstop makes a nice play, but makes a throw, but it's late. And Burke gets her second hit of the game. Shortstop knocked the ball down. It was deep in the hole, but she really had no play. She threw across, but Riley Burke crossed first without any problem. Blakely Niles, the catcher, comes up. Takes a pitch down low. We're in the fourth. The Apaches have scored in all 3 innings so far. They've gotten the leadoff batter on here in the bottom of the fourth. There's a base hit up the middle. Blakely Niles. Nice hit right up the middle. And the first 2 Apaches here in the fourth have reached the 2 straight base hits.
Now batting with runners at first and second, no outs. Number 24, Kendall Hernandez.
Kendall Hernandez is going to be the batter. We're going to have a pinch runner for Blakely Niles. It's going to be Mallory Webb, number 3. Mallory's from Lago Vista, Texas, freshman. She's running for Niles. So the Apaches have the first 2 hitters on with 2 straight singles. And Hernandez is the hitter. There's a hard ground ball to the third baseman, who grabs it, makes a nice steps on the bag for 1 out. She fires to first, but not quite in time to get Hernandez. That was a hard hit ball.
With runners at first and second, 1 out. Number 7, Tati Arzola.
And the third baseman, Castillo, made a great play. She grabbed it, stepped over on the bag for the out, and threw to first, but Hernandez just beat the throw. And here's Arzola with runners on first and second with 1 out. There's a pitch in there for a strike. So Webb has moved to second. Hernandez is on first with the fielder's choice. Arzola has a hit in 2 plate appearances. Nice pitch, changeup. Floated across there. No balls and 2 strikes on Tati Arzola, the left fielder for the Apaches. Apaches threatening again here in the fourth. A little bit outside for a ball. It's 1-2 on Arzola. We're in the fourth. Swings, and she misses. Arzola struck out, and on the play, Mallory Webb steals third. And on that same play,
Now batting with
Blakely Niles.
Position, 2 outs. Number 2, Brecklin Dennis.
Hernandez goes to second. And Webb is at third. So there's 2 down. And here's Brecklin Dennis, who hit a long home run her last time up. The Apaches have runners on second and third with 2 outs. The ever dangerous Dennis is up. A little pop foul back and over the press box here. So Dennis is down in the count. Toomey is ahead of her, 0-2. There's 2 down. The Apaches threatening with runners at second and third. Grounded foul down the first base line. Count holds 0-2. So Webb's at third, Hernandez at second on stolen bases on that strikeout of Arzola. The Apaches have 2 runners in scoring position. There's a little pop foul back as Dennis stays alive, protects the plate. She's a pesky hitter. And obviously someone with some pop in her bat. There's a line drive foul down the right field line. Dennis a little bit ahead of that pitch. Toomey took a little off of it. And Brecklin was out in front. Apaches threatening to score and add to their lead, but there's 2 outs. Toomey's trying to get out of this without any damage. Fouled again. Nice at bat by Brecklin. Fouling balls off. Maybe she'll get one here in a moment that she can do something with. Renna Toomey looks in for her sign now. She's ahead of Brecklin Dennis. Fouled again over to the left. And the count remains 0-2. Battle here, Toomey and Dennis. Skylar Shanahan goes over for a moment and says something to Toomey. Maybe she gave her some advice on what to do. Pitch is down low. It's 1-2 on Dennis. We're in the 4th. Tyler holding a 5-0 lead and threatening to add to that lead with runners on second and third and 2 outs. Ball down low. Dennis had a notion, but she held back. And the count goes to 2-2. Nice at bat by Brecklin Dennis so far. We'll see who can win this battle. Up high. Got over the catcher's head, went to the screen, but it bounced back toward the catcher, and Mallory Webb didn't have a chance to score from third. So the count has gone full, 3-2 on Brecklin Dennis. She takes it down low for ball 4. Brecklin Dennis.
Now batting with the bases loaded, 2 outs. Number 14, Maddie Hale.
And here's Maddie Hale. Who's 0 for 1. She grounded out the pitcher in the first, and then she walked and scored in the 3rd inning. Here comes Coach Church out, and I believe he's going to make a pitching change. Yes, he is. So we've got the Apaches have the bases loaded. There's 2 outs. And we have a new pitcher for the Buccaneers. We'll get her number here in just a moment. Number 22. Looks like that's Nevada Donick, the sophomore from Richmond, coming in. So Donick. Nevada Donick. Hope I'm pronouncing that name correctly. Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. Apologize to Nevada if I'm not. So she comes in a tight spot. She's got the bases. The Apaches have the bases loaded, but the Buccaneers have 2 outs. So Maddie Hale, number 3 hitter in the Apache lineup, is due up. And as I said earlier, Maddie, coming into this ball game, is the leading hitter on the Apaches, batting .394. So good one to have up in this situation for the Tyler Apaches. All right, here we go. We're back to action. Here's Maddie Hale, bases loaded. She could break this thing wide open here with a base hit. Takes a ball down low. There's a pitch in for a strike. Webb's at third. Hernandez is at second. Dennis is at first. And Maddie Hale is your hitter. Here's the pitch. Off-speed pitch. It's up just a little high. So it's 2 balls and a strike. There's a ground ball. It's headed for right field. It's a base hit. 2 runs are going to score. The throw is going to be to third, but it's not going to be in time. Maddie Hale hits a ground ball that sneaked through between the first baseman and the second baseman for a base hit.
Runners at the corners and 2 outs. Number 18, Allie Kim.
So Webb scored from third. Here's Allie Kim up. Hernandez also scored on that base hit. So Webb and Hernandez scored, driving in the 6th and 7th run for the Apaches. And they have a runner at first and third. There goes Hale. Allie Kim hits a fly ball out to center field. Center fielder circles under it, and she grabs it for the 3rd out.
We head to the top of the 5th with the Apaches leading.
So that's the 3rd out, but the Apaches score 2 more. And they stretch their lead to 7-0. And so at the end of 4 complete innings, it's the Tyler Junior College Apaches 7 and the Blinn Buccaneers 0. Back in a moment. Who do I have batting for them? Woodward. Okay. I believe if she's number 11 there, I believe. That's a bunch of baseball guys. Good for them. Yeah. There's usually quite a few softball girls come out to the baseball games and support them. Oh, you got to get out there. That's fun out there. It's fun.
I haven't been to a football game either. I got to get it. Football, their first game is March 27th against Navarro, at Navarro, I think.
Okay, fans, we're back with you at Schwab Field. The Apaches have stretched their lead in this opening game of the doubleheader to 7-0. And the Blinn Buccaneers are going to send up Woodward, Majewski, and Talbot here in the top of the fifth. Riley Denton, the freshman from Rattan, still in the circle for the Apaches, doing a great job so far. 4 shutout innings. Yep. The Buccaneers have 2 hits so far off Denton. The Apaches now have 7 runs and 8 hits. There's a hard hit ball past Burke at second into right field. Matty Hale feels it and fires to DeHart at first.
Or that's with a runner at first and no outs. Number 6, Reagan Majewski.
So a base hit by Woodward. Here's Majewski. There's a ground ball past Brecklin Dennis at third into left field. And Majewski also gets a base hit. So the Buccaneers fighting back with 2 singles here to lead off the top of the 5th inning. Looks like the Apaches have a substitution on their defense. Looks like Allie Kim has moved in to play first base in place of Jody DeHart. There's a pitch a little inside on Chandler Talbot. Chandler, the right fielder, freshman from Beaumont. Blinn has runners on first and second, no outs. There's a pitch on the outside corner by Denton. Nobody down. The Buccaneers trying to fight back and get back in this ball game. They've first 2 hitters have singled. There's a little tap off to the left for a strike. So Dennis is still at third. Hernandez at short for the Apaches. Riley Burks at first, and now Allie Kim's at first. Hale, Perez, and Arzola are the outfielders on the defense. Talbot struck out her first time up. 1-2 the count on Talbot. Denton fires. Taps it foul. Talbot taps it foul. She's a ball and 2 strikes on Chandler Talbot. Nobody down. 2 runners on here in the 5th. Swings and a miss. There's a throw to second. Not in time to catch the runner off, but Chandler for the first out.
Number 9, Marley Mahoney.
And here's Marley Mahoney, the second baseman. Marley has a base hit and a base on balls in her 2 previous appearances in this game. Left-handed swinger. There's a ground ball headed to shortstop. Flip to Burke at second for 1 out. The throw went to Allie Kim at first, but not in time, so it was a force out.
Number 1, Italy Spazzelli.
So Mahoney reaches first on the fielder's choice. And Majewski was forced at second, 6-4, and that's 2 down. And the Buccaneers have runners at first and third. 2 down. With Spazzelli fouling off the first pitch. Tally Spazzelli. There's a possibility we may have messed her name up. We don't know, do we, Coach?
We try, though.
There's a ground ball back to Denton. She fires to Kim at first, and Riley Denton does a good job of working her way out of the jam where the Buccaneers put the first 2 hitters on. But the Buccaneers do not score here in the fourth, although they pick up 2 more base hits. So at the end of 4.5 innings here at Schwab Field in Bullard, it's the Tyler Junior College Apaches 7 and the Blinn Buccaneers 0. Back in a minute.
Apaches, number 10, Jalen Perez.
Well, we're moving to the bottom of the 5th here at Schwab Field. Apaches are going to bring up Perez. Probably looks like a pinch hitter probably for DeHart. And then Burke. Perez is 1 for 1. She walked and singled, scored a run. Two RBIs in the game. Had a big hit in that 3-run outburst in the 3rd. That's Malia Olvera will bat.
Oh, she's up to bat.
Yeah, she's going to bat. Perez takes it down low. Nevada Onik, sophomore from Richmond, Texas, is in the circle for the Blinn Buccaneers. She fires a pitch that's up a little high, and I think it's 3-0, 3-1. So says Mr. Umpire. 3-1 on Jalen Perez, the center fielder for the Apaches. There's a strike on the corner. The count goes full for the leadoff hitter here in the bottom of the 5th. The Apaches lead this game 7-0. There's a hard hit ball. Shortstop up with it, throws to first in time. And Perez hits the ball hard, but right to the shortstop, who made a good play, fired to first for the first out.
With 1 out. Number 1, Malia Olvera.
Here's a pinch hitter, Malia Olvera. Who's in place of DeHart. It's Malia's first appearance. In a game the other day, Malia was playing first and her arm collided with a runner. The throw had pulled her a little bit off the bag and collided with her. I see that she's got her left wrist all taped up and all. It's good to see that she's can take an at-bat because we weren't sure just how extensive the injury was when she went out of that game the other day. There's a little ground ball to third, who fires to first in time. So Olvera grounds to the third baseman.
Now batting with 2 outs, number 5, Riley Burke.
That was from Castillo, the third baseman, over to Shanahan, the first baseman, for the second out. And here's second baseman Riley Burke, who is 2 for 2. Burke's had a great day, 2 for 2 with an RBI. Two down here in the fifth. Apache's holding on to a 7-0 lead. Donick pitches on the corner for a strike. Apache's 7 runs on 8 hits with an error. There's a foul down the left field line. Apache's 7 run, 8 hits, and 1 error up to this point. The Buccaneers, no runs, 4 hits, and no errors. It's 2 down. 2 strikes on Riley Burke. Pitch just a little bit outside, and the count goes to 1-2. There's a ground ball to second base. She bobbles it. It goes between her legs. And Riley Burke's going to reach first on an error by the second baseman.
Now batting.
So the Apaches
with a runner at first and 2 outs,
have life.
Number 21, Blakely Niles.
And here's Blakely Niles. She's 1 for 2. Has scored a run. Blakely is the Apache catcher. Sophomore from Conroe, Texas. There's a ground ball. Third baseman up with it. Over to first. 5-3 for the third out. So the Apaches get one base runner, but failed to do any damage. So at the end of 5 complete innings, the score remains the Tyler Junior College Apache ladies 7, the Blinn Buccaneer ladies nothing. All right, we go to the 6th inning here, Schwab Field.
Number 7, Michaela Lopez.
And we have a new pitcher in the circle for the Apaches, the freshman Lauren Boudreau, Rush, Texas native, seeing her first action this spring. Riley Denton did a great job through 5 innings, allowing only no runs but only 4 hits. And here's Boudreau. Throws a strike to the leadoff hitter, Michaela Lopez, the Buccaneer center fielder. There's a ground ball right back to Boudreau, who fires to first. 1-3 if you're scoring at home. And that's the first out here in the 6th inning. And here's Skylar Shanahan, who's 0 for 2 for the afternoon. Pitch down low. Swing and a miss. Nice pitch by Boudreau. Count evens 1-1. There's one out. We're in the 6th. Apaches, for the moment, pretty comfortable 7-0 lead, but we've seen things happen with a lead like this that you wouldn't expect. So, a couple more innings to go. There's a pitch on the inside corner. Boudreau gets the call. It's 2-2 on Shanahan, first baseman. Off-speed pitch, floats outside. Skylar's a freshman from Magnolia. Swings and a miss. Strike 3. Nice pitch by Boudreau. And Shanahan goes down swinging. And there's 2 up and 2 down here in the 6th.
Number 13, Keely Castillo.
And here's Castillo, the third baseman. Castillo is 1 for 2. There's a long fly ball out to left field. I don't know whether the park can hold it. It is out of here. A long drive that Arzola went back to the fence, looked up, and it was over her head. And Castillo has gone yard for the Buccaneers. Got it up, and the Buccaneers are on the board. It's a 7-1 game now. There's 2 down. And here's Shea Sanders. There's a pitch on the outside corner for a strike. Change of pace. Floats a little inside. 1-1. We're in the top of the 6th inning. The Buccaneers are on the board now. A long home run by Castillo. Keely Castillo, the third baseman. There's 2 down. Boudreau in the circle for the Apaches. Ball back to Boudreau. She tosses it to Callie Kim. 1-3 for the third out.
Bottom of the 6th, where the Apaches lead 7-1.
Long home run by Castillo for the run in the 6th inning for the Blinn Buccaneers. And at the end of 5.5 innings here at Schwab Field, our score is the Tyler Apaches 7 and the Buccaneers 1. We're back at Schwab Field, fans, for the bottom of the 6th inning. Apaches are going to bring up the shortstop Hernandez, Arzola the left fielder, and Dennis the third baseman. Kendall Hernandez was a strikeout victim her first plate appearance and then hit into a fielder's choice, but did score a run in the 4th inning. Donick pitches. It's in there for a strike. Hernandez hits a hard line drive out into left center. She's going to try for 2. She makes it. The throw in was pull the second baseman off the bag. So Hernandez goes in with a double.
Now batting with a runner in scoring position. No outs. Number 7, Tati Arzola.
Here's Arzola. She's had a hit in the 1st and then struck out in the 3rd and the 4th innings. Hernandez led this inning off with a double out into the left center gap. And she's at second with nobody down. Arzola attempts a bunt, but it's not successful. It's in there for a strike. So it's 1-1 on Tati Arzola, the Rogers, Texas native. She swings. Nice off-speed pitch by Donick. Nevada Donick, sophomore from Richmond. She relieved Rena Tume. There's a ground ball to the shortstop, who throws to first in time to get Arzola. So there's one down here in the bottom of the 6th.
Number 2, Brecklin Dennis.
Brecklin Dennis, the third baseman. She struck out in the 1st, hit a long home run in the 3rd, and then walked in the 4th. So Dennis is 1 for 2. There's a strike. Apaches leading 7-1. Late in the game here, bottom of the 6th. First game of a doubleheader. Probably be about a 20 to 30 minute intermission between games. Brecklin Dennis bunts toward the pitcher. She picks it up, fires to first. Now they've gotten Hernandez in a rundown, but she gets back to third. So Brecklin Dennis was out pitcher to first for the 2nd out. Hernandez went to third and rounded third and got in a little rundown there, but she managed to get back into third. So the Apaches have a runner at third with 2 down, and here's Maddie Hale, the right fielder. Hale grounded to the pitcher in her first attempt. She walked and scored in the 3rd and single in the 4th. So she's 1 for 2 with 3 RBIs. There's a pitch a little bit up. It's 1-1. Kendall Hernandez is at third. There's an off-speed pitch. Catcher calls timeout, wants to talk to Coach Church, and she perhaps has injured herself. I believe that's what's happened. She sustained an injury there. There's a timeout, and Coach Church is headed down toward the bullpen area. There's probably a backup catcher down there, and I think she's probably going to come in. Not sure just what happened to Reagan Majewski, but she may have gotten hit on her hand or pulled a muscle or something, but looks like she's going to be out of the ball game. So we're now waiting for the catcher to get her gear on down in the bullpen and come in for Majewski. We'll see who that is in just a moment. We're still in the 6th inning here. There's 2 outs. Maddie Hale is your hitter. The Apaches have a runner on third. That's Kendall Hernandez, who doubled and then has moved over to third. There's 2 down now. I didn't get that number of the catcher here, but we know there's a substitution at catcher. There's 2 balls and a strike on Maddie Hale. Coach Resendez heads back to coach first base, and we're ready to go. 2 down. There's a little ground ball back to the pitcher, Jonick, who fires to first in time for the 3rd out.
We go to the top of the 7th with the Apaches leading 7-1.
And the Apaches failed to do any damage here in the bottom of the 6th, although they get a runner, Hernandez, as far as third. So at the end of 6 innings, Tyler leads this game over the Buccaneers 7-1. We're going to the 7th inning, and we'll be back in just a moment.
Woodward.
We're back for the 7th. We're going to see if Lauren Boudreau can close this game out for the Apaches. She has a 7-1 lead. She's going to face Woodward, the substitute for Majewski. We'll get that information to you when she comes up. There's a ground ball to shortstop. Kendall Hernandez fires over to Allie Kim at first, 6-3. And we've got the catcher coming up who came in to relieve Majewski.
Batting for the Buccaneers with 1 out, number 17, A.C. Prince.
And it's A.C. Prince. A.C. wearing number 17. She came in to relieve Barilli. Swings and he misses. Count goes to 1-1 on A.C. Prince. So the Apaches are 2 outs away from a first game victory here if Boudreau can get these last 2 outs. Swing and a miss. So it's 2-2 on Prince, who came in to relieve Reagan Majewski. Boudreau into her windup. Down low. There's 1 out. We're in the 7th. Tyler leading 7-1. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Nice drop ball, and Prince was fooled on the pitch, and she goes down swinging for the 2nd out.
For the Buccaneers, number 5, Bailey Barilli.
And we have a pinch hitter, Bailey Barilli, or Burrill. We're not sure if it's Barilli or Burrill, but Bailey's in there. There's a pitch on the outside corner. Nice pitch by Boudreaux. Two down. Last hope for the Buccaneers. Pitch down a little low. It's 2-1 on Burrill. Bailey's a freshman from Spring, Texas. There's a fly ball out to right field. Maddie Hale backs up. She has it, and that'll do it.
Final score of Game 1 of today's doubleheader.
So the Tyler Junior College Apaches take the opening game of this doubleheader by a score of 7-1. Some nice hitting by the Apaches, as well as some excellent pitching by the starter, Riley Denton, and then she was relieved by the freshman from Russ, Texas. So let's wrap it up for you. We're going to have probably a 20-30 minute break here between games. For the Apaches, victorious in the opening game, 7 runs, 9 hits, 1 error. For the Buccaneers, 1 run, 5 hits, and 1 error. The winning pitcher is Riley Denton, and the losing pitcher is Rena Toomey. For the Apaches, just looking over their stats here in this first game, Arzola had a hit, 1 for 4. Brecklin Dennis had 1 for 2 with a home run and an RBI. Maddie Hale was 1 for 3 with 3 RBIs. Jalen Perez got a big hit, 2 RBIs. She was 1 for 2. Riley Burke was outstanding at the plate, 2 for 3 with an RBI. Blakely Niles had a base hit, as did Kendall Hernandez, for a total of 9 hits. So the Apaches were effective at the plate. And as I say, they got outstanding pitching from Riley Denton, relieved by Lauren Boudreaux, the Russ, Texas native. Well, this is Dr. Johnson, and I will be back with you in just a little while for the streaming of the second game. I hope some of you can, all of you, or as many of you as possible, stay with us. I'm pretty sure that Bailey Weaver will be in the circle for the Apaches. Bailey, the freshman from New Caney, Texas, who was leading the staff, I believe. Nope, she wasn't leading the staff. Riley Denton, that's her 4th win, so she's leading the staff in wins, but Weaver's been very effective too. So anyway, we'll sign off here for a little while they get the field redone a little bit, and we'll be back with you in a little while. And again, the final score of the first game here at the doubleheader between the Apaches and Blinn Buccaneers. The Tyler Apaches 7 and the Blinn Buccaneers 1. The Apaches go to 6-7 now, and hope with a victory in the second game that they could at least get back to 500. We'll be back with you in a little while. This is Dr. Johnson from Schwab Field. See you soon. All right, fans, we're back here at Schwab Field, and we're starting the second game. Marley Mahoney is going to lead off for the Blinn Buccaneers. Bailey Weaver is in the circle for the Apaches. Foul back, and it's 0-2 on Mahoney, the second baseman for the Blinn Buccaneers. We're just starting the second game. The Apaches won the first game 7-1. Fouled off to the left. Bailey Weaver, the freshman from New Caney, Texas. Foul into the mitt for strike three. And the first batter for the Blinn Buccaneers goes down.
One out. Number 1, Italy Spazzelli.
Here's Spazzelli, the right fielder. Swings and a miss. Nice pitch by Weaver. Down low. It's 1-1 on Italy Spazzelli. Foul back. Weaver gets ahead. Pop foul over to the left. Brecklin Dennis, third baseman, goes over to the screen, but it's out of play. And Weaver is ahead in the count 1-2. Sally was 0 for 3 in the first game of the doubleheader. There's a ground ball to shortstop. Aliana Mariquin picks it up, but the throw is into the dirt, and Ollie Kim can't handle it. So Spazzelli reaches on an error. And here's Michaela Lopez, the center fielder. Foul off to the left. We're just getting underway here in the second game. Schwab Field. We're in the top of the first inning. The Buccaneers at bat. They have one on. At second, she got there on an error by the shortstop, Apache shortstop on the throw. And Lopez is hit by the pitch, and she'll take first. And here's Castillo, the third baseman. So the Buccaneers, as they did in the first game, there's a strike. We got runners at first and second. One down here in the top of the first. Bailey Weaver in the circle for the Apaches. Pitch up a little bit. Foul back. Count goes to 1-2. Arzola is in left field for the Apaches. Perez is in center. Matty Hales in right. Around that infield, Brecklin Dennis at third. Aliana Marquin is in at shortstop. Riley Burks at second. Allie Kim's at first. Swing and a miss, strike three. Nice pitch. And Castillo goes down swinging for the second out.
First and second, 2 outs. Number 3, Rena Toomey.
Here's Rena Toomey, who started on the circle for the first game for the Buccaneers. Madison Vaughn. There's a line drive. It's going to be in the gap in right center. That's going to probably score 2 runs. Yes, it is. Toomey is into second. So Rena Toomey comes through with a ringing double in the gap in right center. Went all the way to the fence.
Scoring position, 2 outs. Number 15, Samantha Rodriguez.
And the Buccaneers strike first. An error and a hit by pitch allowed 2 base runners, and then Rena Toomey made the Apaches pay now with a 2-out RBI double into the right center field gap, and the Buccaneers jump ahead 2-0. Rodriguez the hitter. Samantha Rodriguez, the sophomore from Houston, in the second game. She'll be at shortstop. 2 down. But 2 runs in for the Buccaneers. They jump on the Apaches here early. There's a strike. Weaver into the motion. Swings and a miss. A nice pitch. As I said, Bailey's a freshman from New Caney, Texas. Two and two. Rodriguez the hitter. A runner at second, 2 down. Swings and a miss. Strike 3. So Bailey Weaver actually strikes out the side, but around those 2 strikeouts, Apaches made an error, and then Bailey hit a batter, and then Rena Toomey hit a ringing double to the right center field fence that drove in the 2 runs. So, in the top of the first inning, the Blinn Buccaneers score 2 runs, 1 hit. There was that error, and at the end of a half an inning, the Blinn Buccaneers 2, the Tyler Junior College Apaches coming to bat. All right, we're back here at Schwab Field for the bottom of the first inning. Apache's coming up. Arzola is leading off for the Apaches. Toddy's the left fielder. She'll be followed by Brecklin Dennis, the third baseman, and Maddie Hale, the right fielder. In the circle, for Blinn, that's number 3. That's Rena Toomey, who started the first game of the doubleheader. There's a little ground ball headed to second baseman. She's up with it. Fires to first. Plenty of time. 4-3 for the first out here in the first inning. And Brecklin Dennis comes to the plate. Sophomore third baseman from Cypress Woods High School. There's a strike. Count evens at 1-1 to Dennis. A little low. 2-1 on Brecklin Dennis, second batter for the Tyler Apaches here in the first inning of the second game of the doubleheader. Toomey in the circle. She fires. It's outside. Three and one on Dennis. Maddie Hale waiting on deck. Oh. Dennis is hit on the arm. A pitch came inside, and Dennis is hit by the pitch.
Now batting with
and
first and 1 out. Number 14, Maddie Hale.
And she's on first, hit by a pitch. And here's the right fielder, Maddie Hale. One on, one out. Maddie Hale, the batter. Strike on the corner. Toomey gets ahead of Hale. The Buccaneers scored 2 runs in the top of the first, and they're leading 2-0 as we early into the second game of our doubleheaders this afternoon. Glad to have everyone aboard watching this action. Dennis fouls it off to the left. Coach Rick Church wants to have a word with his pitcher, so it's just a word or two. Doesn't take long. He's headed back to the dugout. So Dennis is at first. Maddie Hale, the hitter, with 2 strikes on her. Allie Kim, the first baseman, waits on deck. There's a little ground ball to the third baseman. She picks it up. Fires to first. Close play. Called out by the umpire. And Matty Hale is the second out in the inning, 5-3.
Not batting with a runner in scoring position, 2 outs. Number 18.
On that ground ball, Brecklin Dennis takes second. And here's Allie Kim, first baseman. 2 down here in the first inning. Up high for ball 1. Apaches trying to strike back here in the first after giving up 2 runs in the top of the inning. Allie Kim fouls it back over to the right. The count evens 1-1. We're just getting started here in the second game, but the Buccaneers are leading for the first time today as they hit a 2 spot in the top of the first. 2 unearned runs off Bailey Weaver. Up high. Two balls and a strike. Kim the hitter. Dennis is on second. There's 2 down. There's a strike on the outside corner. Nice pitch. Inotumi is a sophomore from Orange, Texas. There's a ground ball knocked down by Toomey. She scrambles to get it, but doesn't have a play. And Allie Kim is going to reach first with a base hit on the play. Brecklin Dennis goes to third. And here's number 1, Malia Olvera, the designated player. A sophomore from Deer Park, Texas, who's had to fight some injuries this year. Had a knee injury early on, rehab from that, and then hurt her wrist on a play the other day. She's trying to come in there. There's a throw to second as Kim steals second. Brecklin Dennis comes in to score. So Kim goes to second on the stolen base. They make a throw down to second, and on that throw, Brecklin Dennis took advantage and came running in and scored the Apache first run. So Kim's at first. Malia Olvera, she's got that left wrist taped up. Told me between games that she hoped it would be all right. If not, they'd get an MRI on it next week just to be sure. But it's a little sore, but she's out there. She's a gamer. She was the leading Apache hitter last spring when the virus hit and they had to shut down the season. She was one of the leading hitters in the nation. Home runs, batting average, RBI. There's a ground ball headed to second. She's up with it to first for the out. 4-3. So the Apaches do scratch across a run in the first. They get a hit by Kim, and when Kim stole second, Brecklin Dennis, who had been hit by a pitch, was on third, and she came in. So there was one run, 1 hit. So we've reached the end of the first inning here in the second game of our doubleheader, and the Blinn Buccaneers hold a 2-1 lead over the Tyler Apaches. Back shortly. Back with you for the second. Bailey Weaver in the circle. Emily Murphy, the sophomore from Round Rock, Texas. Her first plate appearance of the day, I think. She's the left fielder for the Buccaneers this second game. Wears the number 7 on her blue uniform top. Excuse me. Number 8. Excuse me. Emily's number 8. Emily Murphy, number 8. All right, so there's 2 balls on Murphy. There's a ground ball. It skipped off the glove of Bailey Weaver, went to the shortstop. Aliana Merriquin picked it up, bobbled it just for a moment through to first. Not in time. So she reaches first. Will probably be we don't know whether that'll be a hit or an error. We'll have to wait and see. Nevertheless, Murphy's on first, and R.C. Prince, the catcher, is up. She takes a ball. There's a little pop. Bailey Weaver comes in and tries to catch it. She cannot field it cleanly. It falls at her feet, and before she can get it and make a throw, Prince gets to first. Murphy goes to second. And the Buccaneers have a threat going here in the second. We'll have to see how that's counted. Murphy, the ball that Murphy hit earlier was counted as an error on the shortstop. So she's now at second. And Kendall Johnson, the first baseman, number 24, a freshman from Cypress, Texas, left-handed hitter, in the box against Bailey Weaver. So no outs. Pitch is outside. We're in the second. There's a pitch in there for a strike. One ball, 2 strikes, says Mr. Ump. 2 strike. All right. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Kendall Johnson, the hitter. She swings and she misses for strike 3. Good outside corner pitch by Bailey Weaver. Number 9,
Now batting with runners at first.
Marley Mahoney.
1 out. Number 9, Marley Mahoney.
So the Buccaneers have base runners on 2 Apache eras, and Bailey Weaver's working hard to try to get out of this jam. She's struck out Johnson for the first out. Now she faces the leadoff hitter, Marley Mahoney, the second baseman, who struck out her first time up in the first. 1 down. Pitch just a little bit outside. Weaver into her windup. There's a ground ball toward the to the second baseman. Burke is up with it. Tosses over to Allie Kim for the out, 4-3. There's 2 down now. Spazzali up with runners on second and third. They moved up on that ground ball by Mahoney. Spazzali reached first on an error. There's a line drive down the left field line. It's curving foul. She reached on an error by shortstop her first trip up, and she later scored on a 2-run double by Toomey. Bailey Weaver trying to get out of this jam. Second and third, 2 down. There's a ground ball to Burke. She's got it over to Allie Kim, 4-3, and Bailey Weaver works herself out of a tough jam. No runs, no hits, 2 errors. The Apaches were fortunate to get out of that jam with no damage. Bailey Weaver did a fine job. So at the end of 1.5 innings here at Schwab Field, second game or doubleheader, Tyler Junior College, the Blinn Buccaneers 2 and the Tyler Junior College Apaches ladies 1. Okay, fans, we're back with you. Dr. Johnson back with you here in the second inning. The Apaches coming up with Perez, Burke, and Vaughn to be the hitters. They trail 2-1 to the Buccaneers. Toomey in the circle, pitching to Perez, who looks like she's thinking about laying down a bunt, but takes the pitch a little outside for ball 1. Up high for ball 2. Perez, a freshman from College Station. She had a big hit, drove in some runs in that first game today. Burke on deck to follow Perez. Two to one. Blinn leads here in the second. She bunts at it, doesn't connect, and strike 2. So it's 2-2 on Perez, Apache center fielder. There's a drive out to left field, but the left fielder circles and under it, and she has it for the first out. Jalen Perez flies out to the left fielder, Emily Murphy. That'll bring up Riley Burke, second baseman. Down low for a ball. We're in the second. Blinn holding on to a slim 2-1 lead. Burke fouls it back. Count evens 1-1. There's a pitch just a little bit outside. Around that infield for Blinn. Castillo's at third. Rodriguez is at short. Mahoney's at second. And Kendall Johnson's over at first. Swing and a miss. Nice drop ball that Burke swung over. So it's 2-2 on Riley Burke. She takes a pitch outside and low for ball 3. With one out, Burke has a full count. Maddie Vaughn on deck. There's a hard shot picked up by the third baseman. Nice play, but her throw is wild. And Burke's going to head to second. It was a nice play by Keely Castillo. It was a great grab. The ball was right over the bag. She stabbed it with her left. But her throw was wild to first.
With runner scoring position, 1 out. Number 22, Madison Vaughn.
And here's Madison Vaughn in her first plate appearance today. Maddie is a freshman out of Erie, Colorado, wearing number 22. She's the Apache catcher. She takes a pitch in there for a strike. Burke is at second on that error by the third baseman. May have given a hit on that ball, not sure. Burke at second, one down. The Apaches trying to tie the score. They trail 2-1 here in the bottom of the second. And Maddie Vaughn, wide stance at the plate. Takes a pitch way up for ball 2. There's a line drive. It's going to be a base hit into center field. That's going to score Burke. And Maddie Vaughn comes through with a little base hit out into center field. And the Apaches have, as Vaughn drives in Burke from second.
Now batting with runner at first and 1 out. Number 23, Aliana Marroquin.
Here's Ali Marroquin, the shortstop. Her first plate appearance today. So Vaughn's at first, 1 out. The Apaches have tied it. We've got a 2-2 game. A little bit high outside. Coach Eric Henderson giving some signs to Mariquin. One down here in the second. There's a pitch in there for a strike, and it's 1-1 on Mariquin. Aliana is a sophomore from Katy, Texas, Cinco Ranch High School there in Katy. Toomey ready to deliver. There's a pitch down the middle for a strike. So Mariquin's behind in the count, 1-2. There's a ground ball headed to left field, and it's in there for a base hit between the shortstop and the third baseman. So good two-strike hit by Aliana Mariquin.
Now batting with runners at first and second, one out. Number 7, Tati Arzola.
Here's Tati Arzola, the leadoff hitter, who grounded second to first, her first at bat in the ball game. The Apaches have scored one here in the second, and they're trying to take the lead. They have runners on first and second now as a result of a hit by Maddie Vaughn and Alia hits by Vaughn and Mariquin, and a strike on the outside corner to Arzola. Oh, and 1 to Tati Arzola, the left fielder. There's a little bunt to the pitcher. Tommy feels it and fires to first. Good play. And she gets Arzola 1-3. That's 2 down.
With runners in scoring position, 2 outs. Number 2, Brecklin Dennis.
And Brecklin Dennis, the third baseman, comes up with runners in scoring position at second and third. Vaughn at third, Mariquin at second. There's 2 down. Brecklin, a little left-handed hitter with great power. I believe Blinn has gotten the message. I believe they're going to probably put her on. Looks like they're not going to pitch to her unless they get one by accident over. It's ball 2. They're not gonna, they're going to put Dennis on, and if I were Coach Church, I would probably think about doing the same thing. So Dennis is going to be walked intentionally. And that's going to leave it up to Maddie Hale, the Apache right fielder, to see if she can give the Apaches the lead.
Number 14, Maddie Hale.
They've tied the score here in the second, and they have the bases loaded, but they're 2 out. A big spot in the game so far. As I said earlier, Maddie Hale has been a very consistent hitter for the Apaches so far this spring season, coming into the first game hitting .394, actually leading the club prior to the doubleheader. There's a little pop to the second baseman, and she's got it. And Toomey do score a run here on a run with 3 bases, but they only get the 1 run, but it is enough to tie the game. So at the end of 2 innings, the Blinn Buccaneers 2 and the Tyler Apaches 2. Be back shortly.
Michaela Lopez.
We head to Schwab Field in the second game of our doubleheader, and we've got a tie score at 2-2 between the Apaches and the Bucks. And here's Michaela Lopez, the center fielder, who was hit by a pitch her first at bat in the game. Bailey Weaver, New Caney native, in the circle for the Tyler Apaches. Fouls it back, evens the count at 1-1. There's a pitch a little bit in, and it's 2-1 on Lopez. The Buccaneers 2 runs on 2 hits, 2 errors. The Apaches 2 runs, 3 hits, and 2 errors. That's 3 balls and a strike on Lopez. She leads off here in the third. Castillo on deck, Toomey in the hole. There's a pitch up a little bit, and Lopez draws a base on balls. So the Buccaneers get their first batter on base, and here's Keely Castillo. Castillo counted for the only run the Buccaneers got in the first game with a long home run in the. There's a pitch down low by Weaver. Lopez at first. There's nobody down. We're in the top of the third. Score knotted at 2-all. Down low, ball 2. Weaver's having a little bit of control issues, and Coach Eric Henderson, head coach of the Apaches, calls time, and he's going to go out and talk to his right-hander. He's had his back to the dugout. So on Keely Castillo, the Blinn third baseman, Michaela Lopez is at first. She drew a base on balls. There's a ball fouled off, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike. It's been a gorgeous afternoon here in Bullard. There's a swing and a miss on a nice pitch on the outside corner by Bailey Weaver. So it's 2-2. Ground ball headed to third. Bobble by Dennis. She picks it up, but it's not in time. So, uncharacteristic by Brecklin Dennis. She bobbled it.
Now batting with runners at first and second, no outs. Number 3, Rena Toomey.
So the Buccaneers, as they did in inning number 2, get the first 2 hitters aboard on a base on balls and an error. And here's Rena Toomey. She fouls one back. There's 2 on, there's nobody down, and the Buccaneers are threatening here in the third. There's a foul ball over to the right. So Weaver gets ahead of Toomey. No balls, 2 strikes. Rena Toomey in there. There's a foul ball headed down the right field line and out of play. So Toomey remains alive. Buccaneers threatening to take the lead here. They have 2 on and no one down here in the third. At the top of the third. Bailey Weaver looks in. Pitch is outside. And 1-2 the count. Rena Toomey is a sophomore, as I've said, hailing from Orange, Texas originally. She fouls another one off. Hangs in there. Weaver walks over toward the dugout. Oh, she's wanting another ball. I thought perhaps she had some type of injury or something. She's just wanting another softball. All right, 1-2. Toomey, the hitter. There's a pitch on the inside corner for strike 3. A great pitch by Bailey Weaver that caught the corner on the inside. And Toomey goes down swinging. The shot coming up. Bailey Weaver working hard to try to get out of another jam if she can. There's a fly ball out towards center field as Maddie Hale comes running in. She has it for the call. The Burt, the second baseman, went out and Perez, center fielder, came over, but Maddie Hale was able to take it for the second out. So that's 2 down now. Here's a left-handed hitting Emily Murphy, the left fielder, outside for a ball. So now there's 2 down with 2 on. Down in the dirt, good pickup by Maddie Vaughn, the catcher. And Bailey says, I don't like that ball. You got another one, coach? So they shoot another one out to her. There's a pitch on the inside corner, a strike. Count goes to 2-1. 1 strike. Pitch by Weaver. There's a fly ball down the left field line. It's going to be foul. And the count's going to even up at 2-2. All right, Bailey Weaver, as I said, working hard to try to get out of another jam. First two hitters reach base this inning as they did in the second inning, and she wiggled out of it. Let's see if she can do it again. There's a ground ball. It's headed to center field. There might be a play at the plate. The throw's coming in, but it's not in time. So Murphy comes through with a base hit to center field that scores Lopez from second base.
Now batting with runners at first.
Castillo took second. The throw came in from Perez, came through to Matty Vaughn, but was not in on the speedy Lopez, who came all the way from second to score, and the Blinn Buccaneers take the lead. Nice bit of two-out hitting by Emily Murphy. Here's R.C. Prince. Who got to first on an error by Bailey Weaver the first time. There's a pitch on the outside corner for strike two. We're in the third. The Buccaneers have taken the lead over the Apaches 3-2. Pitch a little outside for a ball. Castillo's at second now, and Murphy is at first after her base hit. There's a fly ball out to right field. Maddie Hale's circling under it, and she's got it.
We head to the bottom of the third. The Buccaneers lead.
So the Buccaneers are able to the Apaches. Emily Murphy came through with a two-out base hit that scored Lopez. And at the end of 2.5 innings of play, it's Blinn 3 and Tyler 2. Stay tuned. I don't think. All right, fans, we're back for the third inning. And we're going to have Kim, Olvera, and Perez up for the Apaches as they see themselves now falling behind a run as the Buccaneers lead 3-2 as we go in here to the bottom of the third. We're in the second game of the doubleheader. Tyler won the first game 7-1. Allie Kim hits one out to right field. The right fielder is stationed just right, and she's able to haul it in on a hard hit ball by Kim.
Now batting for the Apaches with one out.
So that's the first out of the inning. And here's Malia Olvera. Malia grounded second to first, her first time up. Olvera pinch hit in the first game and grounded Yeah, I think she grounded third to first, as I recall. Up high to Olvera. We say she's got that left wrist and all. But she's a threat. Long ball threat. There's a pitch on the outside corner. Nice pitch by Toomey. Strike two. Two strikes and a ball on Malia Olvera, sophomore from Deer Park. Fouls it back. Blinn scored 2 in the top of the first to take the lead. Apaches came back with 1 in the first. They tied it in the second, but Blinn has now gone ahead in the 3-2 here. 1 out in the bottom of the third inning. Olvera the dirt. It's 2-2. 1 down. There's a ball on the outside. So it's 3-2. The Apaches start conference play actually next Wednesday with a doubleheader here in Tyler against Bossier Parish. There's a ground ball headed to the shortstop. She's up with it. Fires to first. And Olvera is out 6-3 if you're scoring. 2 down now, and that'll bring up the center fielder, Jalen Perez. The Buccaneers, I believe Coach Church told me before the game that they were, I believe, scheduled to play Galveston next, which I think would be conference games for them. Perez Toomey continues to get ahead of hitters. There's 2 down here in the third. Each team has 3 hits so far in this game, but the Buccaneers are leading 3-2. Both teams have committed some errors. Blinn 2 and Tyler 3. There's a little ground ball, half swing by Perez. She tried to hold up but couldn't. Hit it to the second baseman, who scooped it up. That was Mahoney, who flipped over to Johnson for the third out. So it's 1-2-3. No runs, no hits, no errors for the Apaches, and they go down in the third. And so we, through 3 innings, the Blinn Buccaneers lead the Apaches 3-2. We're back with you here at Schwab Field in Bullard, and we're going to the top of the fourth inning. Leading off for Blinn is Kendall Johnson. Bailey Weaver fires a strike on the outside corner. She gets ahead of Johnson, 0-1. In the dirt, 1-1. Three runs, 3 hits, 2 errors for Blinn so far. Apache's 2 runs, 3 hits, 3 errors. It's a 1-run game. Blinn in the lead. There's a line drive down the left field line. Arzola over, but she doesn't have a play on it. There's a little. Dennis is up with it, fires to first in time. So Kendall Johnson hits a little number down the third baseline. Brecklin Dennis was on it quickly and made an accurate throw to Allie Kim at first for the first. So Marley Mahoney, the second baseman, left. There's a line drive down the left field line, foul. And Weaver gets ahead of Mahoney. There's a ground ball to the shortstop. Marquin's up with it. Throws to first base, but it's not in time. The ball wasn't hit that hard, and Marquin stayed back on it a little bit, and her throw was accurate, but Mahoney beat it out. We'll see whether that scored a base hit or an error. There was a slight hesitation by Marquin, and that may have made the difference in the play. Mahoney takes second on the pitch, and she's in there with a stolen base. The ball was in the dirt. Maddie Vaughn made a throw, but it was not in time to get Mahoney. Spazzelli, the hitter, with 1 down and a strike. There's a fly ball out to left field. Arzola's under it. She should have it, and she does. So Spazzelli flies out to Arzoli.
Now batting with runner in scoring position, 2 outs. Number 7, Michaela Lopez.
Atali flies out to Atati. 2 down. Here's Lopez, the center fielder, who scored 2 runs in this game. 2 of the 3 Blinn runs. He was hit by a pitch and scored in the first, and then walked in the third and came around to score. Foul back. So there's 2 down. A runner in scoring position at second. Pitch, 2 balls and a. There's a little line drive headed to center fielder. Low. It's through past the center fielder and trying to make it to third to throw to third. Not in time. Jalen Perez came in on the ball and dove for it, but it got past her and went all the way to the wall.
2 outs. Number 13, Keely Castillo.
And that scored Mahoney from second. And the Buccaneers take a 4-2 lead. It was a sinking line drive out to center. Jalen Perez thought she might have a play on it. She came in and dove, but the ball got past her, went all the way to the fence. There's a fly ball out to center. Perez circles under it. Looks like she's got this one. And she does. So, the Buccaneers are able to push across another run and stretch their lead to 4-2. And at the end of 3.5 innings, the Buccaneers are 4 and the Apaches 2. We'll be back in a moment.
The Apaches, number 5, Riley Burke.
Well, here we go to the fourth for the Apaches, and Burke, Vaughn, and Marquand are the hitters due up in this inning. Burke takes one in for a ball.
Did you give the error? Or the dive made allow her to score? Was that it?
Right. Burke, the second baseman. Up a little bit for ball 2. Burke singled and scored in the second. Up ball 3. Riley's trying to start a rally for the Apaches. They're down 2 now. Three balls, no strikes. Leadoff hitter Riley Burke. There's a strike on the outside corner. Nice pitch. Three and 2 now, the full count on Riley Burke leading off for the Apaches in the fourth. Toomey delivers down low, and Riley Burke leads the Apache fourth off with a base on balls.
Now batting with a runner at first and no outs. Number 22, Madison Vaughn.
And here's Maddie Vaughn, the catcher. Maddie wearing number 22 on her Apache jersey. Hails from Erie, Colorado. There's a little bunt down to third baseline. Third baseman picks it up. And she gets to first. The throw from the third baseman pulled the first baseman off. She swung her glove to try to catch Vaughn as she went by, but missed her. She was pulled off the bag, so she couldn't.
No outs. Number 23,
So
Aliana
the Apaches have something going here in the fourth with the first two runners on. And Mariquin's the hitter, the shortstop. 2 on, nobody out. She tries a bunt and fouls it down the first baseline. All right, 2 on. 1 strike on Aliana Mariquin, the shortstop for the Apaches. Apaches trying to come back from a 4-2 deficit. Mariquin hits one long out into center field. This looks like it is gone. It's a home run. Aliana Mariquin hits a blast out into left center past the 220-foot marker, out into a tree out just left of the straight center field, and Aliana Mariquin has hit a 3-run homer, and suddenly the Apaches have the lead.
Number 7, Tati Arzola.
So Aliana Mariquin has come through in a big way for the Apaches as she hit a towering home run out into left center, almost to dead center, but just to the left of straight center field. It went. There's a tree out there, and see the ball underneath the tree out there. But anyway, the Apaches 3 baseline, third baseline. She's 0 for 2 in this game. It's the Apaches 5, Blinn 4 on the home run by Aliana Mariquin. Three runs in for the Apaches. Nobody out yet. And they have come back in a big way. Outside, 2 balls and a strike on Tati Arzola, freshman left fielder. There's a ground ball headed to left field between second and third into left, and Arzola gets her first base hit of this second game, and she is on first. And the Apaches
now batting with a runner at first and no outs. Number 2, Brecklin Dennis.
That brings up Brecklin Dennis. She was hit by a pitch in the first. She was given an intentional walk in the second inning. So she's 0 for 0 this game. Apaches have scored 3, strength of a home run by Aliana Mariquin, and Arzola now has singled. There's a ball into the dirt, and on the play, Arzola steals second. Tati Arzola is a very quick. She was a multiple sport athlete in high school at Rogers. She actually was a sprinter and finished, I think I saw, or she told me that she finished high in the regional track meet for her high school. She was a sprinter.
Oh, really? Yeah, she's got some speed.
Coach Church is out to consult with his pitcher. He's going to leave her in. Arzola's at second now, and Brecklin Dennis is up. Left-handed hitting third baseman. There's a pitch up a bit for ball 2. Probably looked like some activity down in the bullpen for Blinn. Toomey may be tiring a little bit. She pitched. There's a fly ball out to right field. Right fielder's coming over, and she has it on the play. Arzola tags, and she moves to third on that fly ball hit by Brecklin Dennis for an out to the right fielder.
Now batting with one out.
Spazzali.
Number 14, Maddie Hale.
So the Apaches trying to stretch the lead here. They've got a runner at third with one out. And Maddie Hale, the right fielder, who's 0 for 2 in this game. I'd say Maddie's about due. There's a pitch in there for a strike. It's one down. We're in the fourth. The Apaches have come back with a 3 spot, and they have taken the lead 5-4 here in the second game of the doubleheader. There's a ground ball in the hole between short and third into left field. Nice piece of hitting by Maddie Hale, and she has driven Arzola in for the 4th run of the inning. Nice base hit by Maddie Hale. She just reached out and punched it between the shortstop and third baseman. Ball was thrown on the outside corner, and Maddie went with it and drilled it between short and third. So a big RBI there for Maddie Hale. So with one down, here's Allie Kim, who singled in the first and flew out to the right fielder in the third. I've been in touch lately with some former Apache ladies who are playing some good softball at some senior colleges after their time here at TJC. I'll mention a few names here in a minute. There's a strike on the outside corner. Star shortstop Brooke Makinson and star pitcher Dakota Stoughton. There's a high pop-up shortstop for Blinn under it, and she has it for the second out. Allie Kim pops to the shortstop for the second out. Makinson and Dakota Stoughton are members of the Lubbock Christian University team, Lubbock Christian College, and have been doing a good job. In fact, Brooke was player of the nation a couple of weeks ago after a red-hot weekend series. Want to shout out to Brooke and to Dakota and wish them continued good luck. They're in a series with Oklahoma Christian, I believe, this weekend in Lubbock. It's a line drive up the middle. Wait a minute.
Now batting with runners in first and second, 2 outs. Number 10, Jalen Perez.
Here's Jalen Perez. Kendall Hernandez batted for Olvera and singled. There's a ground ball to shortstop. She goes to second for the force, and the inning is over. So Perez grounds 6 to 4. for the third out. And the Apaches have come back with 4 big runs in the bottom of the 4th inning, and they have taken the lead over the Blinn Buccaneers 6-4. We'll be back in a moment. Well, we're going to the 5th. After the Apaches have scored 4 in the bottom of the 4th to take the lead 6-4 over Blinn, the Buccaneers are sending up Toomey, Rodriguez, and Murphy against the right-hander Bailey Weaver. Here's Toomey. She doubled first time up and struck out her second time up. There's a little pop down the first baseline. Allie Kim's under it, and she has it. So Toomey pops to first baseman Allie Kim for the first out.
Now batting with 1 out, number 15, Samantha Rodriguez.
And here's Samantha Rodriguez, the shortstop. She's 0 for 2, struck out in the first and flew out to right in the third. 1 down, we're in the 5th. Swing and a miss. Nice pitch on the outside corner by Bailey Weaver. The Apaches, largely on the strength of a 3-run homer by Aliana Mariquin. There's a strike on the corner. Mariquin, 3-run homer, keyed a 4-run outburst by the Apaches in the 4th, and they've lead. So I wanted to do a shout out to former Apache Addie Red, now playing for Oklahoma Wesleyan, doing a fine job up there with that college. There's a line drive off the glove of Weaver. Brecklin Dennis picks it up and fires to first just in time, and Weaver took one into the solar plexus, I think. Number 8.
Now batting with 2 outs. Number 8, Emily Murphy.
Make that 1-5-3 for the second out. It glanced off the glove and the tummy of Bailey Weaver, and Brecklin Dennis was in the vicinity. She picked it up and fired a laser to Allie Kim at first for the second out. So there's 2 down here in the 5th. Nice play by Dennis. There's a long fly out to left. It's going to be over the head of Arzola. It's to the fence. She picks it up, fires it in. But Emily Murphy has picked up a double out over the left fielder Arzola's head. It went to the fence.
Now batting with runner in scoring position, 2 outs. Number 17, AC Prince.
AC, I think I called her RC. It's AC Prince. Excuse me. AC Prince, the freshman from Cypress, Texas, catcher for the Buccaneers, wearing number 17, AC Prince. Swings and misses. Weaver gets ahead 0-1. The Buccaneers have a runner at second, but they're 2 down. They trail Tyler by 2. There's a ground ball headed. A nice play by Mariquin. She throws to first. Gets away from Allie Kim, and on the play, Murphy scores, and Prince is going to wind up at second base. It was a nice play by Mariquin. She picked it up, threw to first. The ball was in the dirt. It got away. It got through Allie Kim at first, allowing Prince to go to second, and on the play, Murphy scored. So it's now a one-run game. There's a line drive out into left field, and it's foul down the line. Nice try out there by Arzola, but she couldn't reach it. Kendall Johnson at the plate with a strike on her. A pitch just a bit inside. Kendall's from Cypress. Several young ladies on these teams. These two teams are from Cypress, Texas, in the Houston area. Bailey Weaver into her motion. There's a line drive headed down the left field line, just foul. These left-handed hitters have been not trying to pull the ball. Bailey Weaver's got pretty good speed. They've been going with it to the opposite field with some success. So Blinn is threatening to tie the ball game back up. They have the tying run at second, but there are two down. Now 2 strikes on Kendall Johnson. Two and two now. Tapped foul back behind the plate. Count evens 2 and 2. I'd like to send best wishes up to Colorado to former Apache star Courtney Heller, who's recuperating from knee surgery. She's a player for the University of Colorado at Colorado Springs. I want to wish Courtney the very best in her recovery. She was a great player for the Apaches, but recently had to have knee surgery, and it's 2 weeks into her recovery. And the last I heard from her, she's doing well. It's not an easy road, but a swing and fouled. 3 and 2 on Johnson. Umpire rules that the catcher, Maddie Vaughn, caught that third strike. Good for her for a strikeout. And so the Buccaneers have to settle for the 1 run, but they by scoring that 1 run in the 5th. And so at the end of 4.5 innings here at Schwab Field, it's the Tyler Junior College Apaches 6 and the Blinn Buccaneers 5. Back in a moment. We're back with you here at Schwab Field in Bullard, and we're going to go to the bottom half of the 5th inning. And the Apaches are going to send up Riley Burke, Maddie Vaughn, and Aliana Mariquin in a tight ball game with the Apaches presently leading 6-5. Burke had a single and scored, and then she walked in the 4th and scored, so she's been on twice and scored twice. The Apache's second baseman takes a pitch on the corner. Takes it up and in, 1-1. We're in the 5th, getting late. Apaches secured the first game, 7-1, and they're going for a sweep, but they only lead by 1 run. There's a hard line drive down toward Coach Henderson. He holds his ground, it zooms past. Coach Henderson's coaching at third, and his assistant Darianne Resendez is coaching first. There's a line drive base hit out into left. Left fielder picks it up, throws in, and Riley Burke goes the opposite way and has a nice hit out into left, her second hit of the game. So Burke leads the 5th off with a base hit. And here's Maddie Vaughn, the catcher. Maddie has 2 singles. She's 2 for 2 and has scored a run with an RBI. There's a throw to second. And they catch Burke trying to steal. So Riley Burke was out trying to steal. The Apaches get a runner on, and now she's not on. That's the 9th hit. That hit by Burke was the 9th hit in this game for the Apaches. Taken down low by Vaughn. One, Madison Vaughn, the hitter. There's a long drive out to left, but the right fielder wasn't as long as I thought it was. She came in. Vaughn got a little under it. I thought she connected a little better, but she got under it, flew out to the left fielder.
2 outs. Number 23, Aliana Mariquin.
And here's Mariquin, who's had the big hit in this game so far, a 3-run homer back in the 4th inning. 2 down for the Apaches here in the 5th. Down low for a ball. Mariquin's 2 for 2 with 3 RBIs. Up high for ball 2. 6-5, the Apaches lead. We're in the 5th. There's a strike on the corner. 2 balls and a strike. Merrick the shortstop from Katy. Outside for a ball. It's 3-1. There's a strike. I think it's 3-2. 3-2. Full count. Aliana Merriquin batting with 2 down in the Apache 5th. They hold a slim 6-5 lead. There's a long drive out to center field. The center fielder back up against the wall, makes a running catch. Great catch by the center fielder, Emily Murphy, who went back to the fence, dove, caught the ball, crashed into the fence, held on to it. A great play by Emily. And that's the 3rd out for the Apaches. Sparkling play by the center field, or was that Lopez? Excuse me, I said Murphy. That was Lopez, the center fielder. Beg your pardon. Michaela Lopez. Well, it's 1-2-3 for the Apaches in the bottom of the 5th. They don't score. And at the end of 5 innings of play now, getting very late in the ball game, the Tyler Apaches 6 and the Blinn Buccaneers 5. Be back in a moment.
Buccaneers, number 9, Marley Mahoney.
Now in the circle for the Apaches, the left Holscher, and she's going to face Marley Mahoney to lead off for Blinn. A little pop foul over to the left, and Holscher gets ahead. Emily Holscher lost a heartbreaker the other day in her first pitching performance. She gave up, I believe it was just 2 or 3 hits on 1 run, but the Apaches were shut out by a sterling pitching performance by San Jacinto pitcher the other day. But Emily did a great job, and she's in relief of Bailey Weaver here, trying to hold on to a slim 1-run lead. There's a line drive into center field for a base hit. Marley Mahoney gets her 2nd straight base hit.
Now batting with a runner.
Solid line drive past the shortstop Merriquin. Tally Spazzelli is up. She's 0 for 3, reached and scored on an error in the 1st. Grounded out and flew out in her other 2 appearances. So the Holscher, she attempts to bunt and fouls it off. As I said, Emily Holscher is a sophomore from Waco Robinson High School. The ball was bunted, but I think it hit the runner for the out, so the runner has to return to first.
It hit her foot.
Yeah, but she's still out, I believe.
Oh, she is. Oh, yeah, I didn't know that.
So that's the first out, and here's Michaela Lopez. There's a ground ball headed to right field. It's through for the base hit. So Lopez singles just past the outstretched glove of Allie Kim.
Runners at first and second, 1 out. Number 13, Keely Castillo.
So that puts runners at first and second with 1 out. Tying runners at second now with 1 down.
This is if they get hit like in the box.
Oh,
She was out.
Keely Castillo. Castillo up at the plate. There's a ground ball headed to center. It's in there. Tying run looks like it's going to score. Nope. They hold her up. Now we've got 2 runners at third. Runner back.
watch both. See, that's the runner you want.
They get the runner rounded second and headed to third, and the runner who was on third had rounded third, but she went back on that base hit, and the 2 Blinn runners wound up together meeting at third base, and they got them in a rundown. And
Number 3, Rena Toomey.
Lopez was finally out. And here's Rena Toomey. Two down now. Holscher is at third, and the go-ahead run is at second for the Buccaneers. Toomey is up there. Base running mistake cost them there. The runner rounded second and headed to third. She thought the runner at third had headed to home plate, but after rounding the bag, she went back to third, and as I say, they wound up on the bag. Brecklin Dennis chased the runner back to second, and then they got the runner at third in a rundown, and Dennis. So the runners moved up, so we've got runners on second and third now. There's a shot into left field, and here comes the tying run across, and the go ahead run scores on a hard base hit by Toomey. Toomey delivers a hard
First and 2 outs.
base hit.
15, Samantha Rodriguez.
So the Blinn Buccaneers have come back to score 2 runs in the 6th inning on a 2-out base hit by Rena Toomey. She hit it hard to left field. Both runners scored. Foul back. 2 strikes. So the Buccaneers have taken the lead with 2 runs here in the top of the 6th. They lead now 7-6 over Tyler. Back and forth game. Outside. Just a little bit outside for ball 2. 2-2. Well, we've got a nail biter here, and we're in the 6th. Strike 3 on a rise ball by Emily Holscher.
6, with the Buccaneers leading 7-6.
And Rodriguez goes down swinging for the third out, but not before the Buccaneers score 2 runs. Rena Toomey, the pitcher for the Buccaneers, gets a 2-out base hit to left, driving in Lopez and Castillo. And the Buccaneers have 6 lead at the end of 5.5 innings. We'll be back with more action in just a moment. Back at Schwab Field, everyone. Headed down to the wire. Apaches now trail. And they'll bring up the Dennis and Hale. And they're down by a run, 7-6 to the Buccaneers. It's a seesaw battle here. The second game of the doubleheader. 6th inning. There's a long drive down the left field line by Arzola. That's going to the fence. She's going to be in with a double. Tati Arzola hit it hard against the left field fence, and she gets the Apaches started off on the right foot.
Now batting for the Apaches with a runner in scoring position, no outs. Number 2, Brecklin Dennis.
Arzola looks like she may have pulled a muscle. She's holding her hamstring. Looks like she's going to have to come out after that base hit. I think she rounded first and may have pulled a muscle, looks like. So she's going to have to be replaced. Coach Henderson trainer taking a look at Toddy. It's her left hamstring that she's pulled. We're going to have a change of pitchers now. Number 22, Nevada Doinick, who appeared in the first game, is coming in to pitch. At number 12, Kelsey Tonups, the Brock native, is coming in to run for Arzola. Tonups, number 12, in to run for the injured Tati Arzola. So the Apaches trying to fight back. They're down by a run, but they have the tying run on second, nobody out. Their third baseman, Brecklin Dennis, is at the plate. There's a pitch on the outside corner for a strike. So Tonups in to run for Arzola, who led off the inning with a double to the left field fence. Here's Brecklin Dennis. A little ground ball down the first base line, foul. So Dennis is in the hole, 0-2. Tonups represents, I say, the tying run as the Buccaneers lead 7-6, and we're in the 6th. Tyler has the meat of the lineup up with Dennis, Hale, and Kim. See if they can at least tie this ball game. Move third. Tonups goes to third. Dennis is out 4-3.
Batting for the Apaches with runner in scoring position, 1 out. Number 14, Maddie Hale.
Here's Maddie Hale, the right fielder. She has a single in 3 appearances. Tyler has the tying run at third. There's 1 down. We're in the 6th inning. There's a strike on the corner. Maddie Hale from Corpus Christi, Texas. There's a ball on the outside and low. Evens the count at 1-1. Apaches attempting to knot this ball game back up. They trailed by a run, but the tying run is at third, and there's 1 down. Maddie Hale fouls one off to the left. She's down in the count. Big pitch here. There's on the outside corner. Maddie Hale is fooled, and she takes it for a call, strike 3. Allie Kim coming to the plate. A nice pitch, an off-speed pitch by Dolnick that fooled Maddie Hale. And she goes down, call 3rd strike. And now it leaves it up to Allie Kim to see if she can come through with a 2-out hit and tie this ball game back up for the Apaches. There's a ball into the dirt. Nice play by the catcher, Prince, keeping that ball from going to the backstop and possibly letting Tonop score. But it's ball 1 on Allie Kim, the first baseman for the Apaches. She has 1 out of 3. There's a pitch on the inside corner for a strike. So Dolnick working hard to try to get out of this jam. There's a ball into the dirt. 2 balls and a strike. Kim, the sophomore from Colorado. There's a strike. Allie Hale's from Castle Rock, Colorado. It's 2-2, 2 outs. Allie Kim hits one out to deep right center. The center fielder makes a fine running catch over her shoulder to save the tying run from scoring. A fine play out there by the center fielder, Kayla Lopez. That's another excellent play made by Lopez, who saved a run there by, she headed to the wall, ran as hard as she could, reached over her shoulder, and made the catch. And Allie Kim is the 3rd out here in the 6th. And the Apaches fail to score. And Blinn is able to hold on to their lead at the end of 6 innings. The Buccaneers lead the Apaches 7-6. Be back in a moment. Back with you to start the 7th inning, and the Buccaneers hold a 7-6 lead over the Apaches. Murphy, Prince, and Johnson are due up The Buccaneers trying to extend their one-run lead. There's a ground ball headed through, got under the glove of Riley Burke at second. It was hit hard, and Riley didn't get down quite low enough to get that ball. It went under her glove and into right field.
Now batting with a runner at first.
Runner at first now.
17, AC Prince.
And AC Prince, the catcher. The ball gets away and Murphy takes second. So we got a runner at second, nobody down. Swing and a miss. Lucy Prince from Cyprus, freshman. Outside for a ball. It's 2 balls and a strike. Nobody down. Blinn trying to push across an insurance run if they possibly could here. They have a 1-run lead on the Apaches. There's a pitch on the outside corner for a strike. It's 2-2. Up high, Prince goes after it. She doesn't connect, and she's down on strikes for the first out. Nice pitch by Emily Holscher. And there's 1 down. And here's Kendall Johnson, first baseman, 24. She's 0 for 3. She swings and misses. There's a pop-up down first baseline. Riley Burke's over, and she grabs it for the second out. So Johnson,
Number 9, Marley Mahoney.
and here's Marley Mahoney, the second baseman. She's hit safely her last 2 times up. She was struck out and grounded out her first 2 times, but then she's single in her last 2 plate appearances. So Mahoney trying to drive that insurance run across if she can, but there's 2 down. Murphy on second, be an error. She pulls one down the right field line, way out of play. There's 2 down here in the 7th. Blinn clinging to a 7-6 lead, but they're threatening to push across another run here if Mahoney can come through. There's a pop fly back, and Emily Holscher gets ahead of Mahoney. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Apache's hoping to get out of this without another run scoring to go into their half of the 7th, only down by 1. There's a long fly ball out to center field. Jalen Perez is under it, and she has it. So Emily Holscher gets out of it. She gets around the error, pitches around the error, and Blinn fails to score. And now we go to the last half of the 7th inning, the last chance for the Apaches. They're trailing the Blinn Buccaneers 7-6, and we'll be back for this 7th in just a moment.
Apaches. Number 24, Kendall Hernandez.
Well, buckle those seat belts, folks. We're getting the bottom of the seventh for the Apaches. They're trying to mount some type of comeback here. Their last chance. They're going to send Hernandez, Perez, and Burke up. Hernandez came in to pinch hit for Olvera in the fourth and singled up the middle. She takes a pitch down low for ball one. Kendall's a sophomore from Waco, Texas. Takes a pitch right across there. Nevada Dolnick in the circle for the Blinn Buccaneers. She's trying to get the 3 outs. It would give them a second game victory, if at all possible here. There's a line drive right to the left fielder. Hit it hard as you could, but right at the left fielder. So Hernandez lines out to the left fielder.
With 1 out. Number 10, Jalen Perez.
And here's the center fielder, Jalen Perez. The Apaches need a base runner. Hernandez hit the ball hard, but right at the left fielder. Emily Murphy, who gathered in the line drive for the first out. So here's Perez with Burke to follow. In the dirt. Ball 2 now on Perez. She's trying to find a way to get on there. Takes a strike on the corner.
These last 2 years, dude, it's so bad. If it's that, how is that a strike?
2 balls and a strike. Perez is up. She fouls it off to the right. And it's 2-2 on Jalen Perez, trying to get aboard here for the Apaches. Their last chance.
One out though, right? Yeah, you might just leave it. I don't know if you can go back.
Outside. Three and two. 3-2 on Perez. Big pitch coming up here.
I would just clear it.
There's a little third baseman catches it. She fires to first, but Perez beats it out. Perez beats the ball to first, and she gains first on a little slow hit ball to the third baseman who fielded it cleanly. She threw to first, but Perez has got good speed, beat the throw, and so the Apaches have a life here in Riley Burke, who is 2 for 2 in this game. Takes a pitch down low. Burke's 2 for 2, has scored 2 runs and walked once. Jalen Perez takes a strike, and it's 1-1. There's 1 down. Tying run on first. The Apaches can find some way to get Perez around. Riley Burke at the plate. She pops it into left field. The ball's going to fall in there for a base hit. The left fielder came running in. Shortstop went out. The ball fell right between them. They didn't really have a shot at it. It was a base hit for Burke, and she does her job. So Burke gets a little pop fly out into left field.
Number 21, Blakely Niles.
And batting for Vaughn, we've got Blakely Niles. Blakely Niles, the sophomore, coming in for the freshman. And Blakely is coming in with runners on first and second with one out. The tying runs at second now. Perez is at second. Burks, that base hit, takes first. And Blakely Niles is down low for a ball. Donick, the Richmond, Texas native, working hard out there on the mound, trying to get these last two outs.
It's not working now.
One ball on ball two down in there, into the dirt.
This isn't working.
So it's ball two, I believe, on Blakely Niles. Perez at second, Burks at first. There's a pitch across for 2 balls and a strike. Two balls and a strike. Blakely Niles trying to do some damage for the Apaches in their last opportunity here in the 7th. There's a little ground ball headed toward second base. It gets through her, and here comes the to the plate. It's not in time. Blakely Niles sends one up the middle.
Tied, 7-7.
Blakely Niles does the job, hits the ball up the middle. It goes into center field. Niles has come through, and Perez scores from
Now batting with runners at the
From
corners,
second.
1 out.
and Riley Burke goes to third, and Marroquin is up. And we've got a tie on our hands. Coach Church is going out to have a word with his pitcher. Blakely Niles hit the ball hard. We'll see how it was scored. Right now they've charged an error to the second baseman. It went under her glove. It was a hard hit ball. It went under her glove and allowed Jalen Perez to come all the way in to score from second. And on the play, Riley Burke moved from first to third. So now the Apaches have a chance to win it here. Aliana Marroquin, who hit the 3-run homer earlier, could be the hero. She takes a pitch over for a strike. So there's one away now. Riley Burke at third. We've got a 7-7 ball game.
1 strike, no ball.
Outside for a ball. Aliana trying to put the ball into play. Apaches trying to come back now. They have tied the ball game up. Coach Henderson calls time. He's going to make a substitution here, it appears. He's going to substitute. He's going to bring in Mallory Webb. A little speedier than Mallory Webb has come in to run for Riley Burke at third. Mallory was a multi-sport athlete in high school, and I know in Lago Vista she was a hurdler on the track team. She's got good speed at third, so Coach Henderson has put her in. She represents the winning run if the Apaches can figure out a way to get her in. Blakely Niles is at first. Foul back. Marroquin's down in the count, a ball and 2 strikes. So Allie doing her best to try to find a way to get the ball into play and see if we can get that winning run in. Mal Webb at third. Nevada Donick working hard out there on the mound. Swing and a miss. She goes down swinging. And this is Kelsey Tonups, who went it.
Batting for the Apaches with 2 outs. Number 12, Kelsey Tonups.
Kelsey Tonups, who went in when Tati Arzola was injured. And it's up to Kelsey, sophomore from freshman rather, from Brock, Texas. Big at bat for Kelsey. If she could find a gap out there somewhere, she could be the hero here. There's a line drive. It's in there for a base hit, and the Apaches have pulled the game out. Kelsey Tonups have come through with a base hit. 2 runs for the Apache. Kelsey Tonups is being congratulated by her. Came through with a 2-out base hit, and that scored the pinch runner Mallory Webb from third, and so the Apaches have with a 2-run 7th inning, and they have won the second game by an 8-7 count and have swept the doubleheader against the Blinn Buccaneers.
Good job, man.
Thanks for Robert Hines up here for handling the scoreboard this afternoon. Appreciate his hard work. Yep, I'll probably see you at the ballpark tomorrow as the Apache baseball guys play a doubleheader against Paris tomorrow afternoon starting at 4 at Mike Carter Stadium. Anyway, fans, it was a thrilling back and forth game here in the second game of the doubleheader. The Buccaneers got off to a 2-0 lead. The Apaches scored 1 in the first. They tied it in the second to knot it up 2-all. Blinn came back with 1 in the third and 1 in the fourth to go up 4-2, and then the Apaches fought back with a 4-run 4th inning, a big 3-run home run by Aliana Mariquin, the big blow. So they went ahead 6-4. Blinn got a run in the 5th to make it 6-5. Blinn got 2 more in the 6th inning, and that put them ahead 7-6. But in this last inning, after a line out by Kendall Hernandez to the left fielder, Jalen Perez beat out a little ground ball for a base hit. Riley Burke singled. Blakely Niles hit a hard ground ball that got under the glove of the second baseman, and it's allowed Perez to score the tying run. And then after Mariquin struck out, then freshman Kelsey Tonups from Brock, Texas, they're celebrating in Brock tonight. Her dad's, they'll maybe have a little celebration at her parents' restaurant there in Brock tonight. She had a game-winning base hit out into right field over the second baseman's head, driving in Jalen Perez with the winning run. And the Apaches, in desperate need of some victories, do pull out a victory 8-7 in this second game. And they go from a 5-second record. They are now at 500 at 7-7. Prior to their 2-game series, conference series against Bossier Parish here at Brook Hill next Wednesday. Well, I've enjoyed bringing the ball game to you this afternoon. It was a fun afternoon. The Apaches win the first game by a count of 7-1, and they prevail in this nightcap 8-7. Good pitching by both ball clubs. Hard loss by the Buccaneers this second game. They fought hard and were close to a victory, but the Apaches prevailed. And congrats to both teams on some great play out there today. We hope you enjoyed the broadcast. I had fun bringing it to you. I hope it didn't mess up too many names for you Buccaneer fans, probably a few along the way. But anyway, this is Dr. Johnson from Schwab Field, about to sign off. And the Tyler Junior College Apaches have evened their record at 7-7 as they took a doubleheader from the Blinn Buccaneers, 7-1 and 8-7. Hope to be with you again sometime in the future. And again, thanks everybody for tuning in. ApacheAthletics.com. Thanks to the athletic directors of TJC, Kevin Vest, Kelsey Weeks, Mr. Smith, and all the athletic department folks. Appreciate that. Congratulations to Coach Henderson and Coach Resendez and the Apache girls on a doubleheader victory this afternoon. So this is Dr. Johnson signing off from Schwab Field in Bullard, Texas. So long, everybody.